Hello. Today we are actually going to try and do a reasonable amount of lace. I may take a slight break in the middle, but I will. There may still be the stopping for hungry food things, and I don't know whether to keep the stream going or not while I do it. But I'm going to try and get a fair bit done today because I'm kind of conscious I didn't manage to do an awful lot this week. As I say, considering last week I think we did, was it 2 triangles in the week? Was that my imagination? And here we are a week later and we're barely halfway through one. So, feeling slightly conscious of that. Anyway, we are ready to roll. So, let me, I gotta reset my camera. There we go. That looks a little bit wonkety. Looks wonky. Problem is I can't really tell with me in the way. Hang on. I know what I need to do. Okay, so that is roughly in the middle. Okay. That's a good thing. So let me move my pile of bits. And I've got the pot of pins we rescued off the work yesterday. And the new pot of pins, which I decanted both pots into here, and they look a little lost. So there's room for more. How is that? Nearly £18 worth of pins. Anyway, so let's look and see where we got to yesterday. Covering up the cloths. Let's have a look. We did 1 layer of rose ground. We could have done more, I think, but if I'd screwed it up, I'd have been really annoyed. So, let's have a look at you lots. We need to... You are 4, so we need potentially you 4. Right, that's you 2. Stick out the way. So, let's have a look. We need to cross you. Do a bit of that. And bin there. Let's put bins there for a minute. up a bit. Phone on silent, hey? That'll be a thing. Okay. It's alright, it just said I'd paid for something and I'm like, hang on, I wasn't paying for nothing, I was bobbining. So stick that on, trim those down. You're a bit overly bent. Oops, sorry about that. Banging the microphone with my hand. All right. It was. Just had a strange thought. Need to check something. Okay. I think we need to dispatch some of the bobbins the other end, actually. Try and make a bit more room. Because, well, it is a little crowded. Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's put you around there because obviously you're done. Let's move 3 of you. See, that makes quite a bit more room. Excitement from the dogs. If it's for us, they'll ring the bell. Hopefully. Singy, singy dog. Singy, singy dog. It's not right. Where is it? It is. It's the wrong way around. Oh yeah. Strange brain fart. Pin. I didn't get my drink. I'll get it in 12 minutes when the adverts kick in. How did I manage that? Never mind. I do need two of you. Oh well. Not for long. There we go. Miscounted. You can see how much from mung bean I am picking up these bins now. but we will check. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that looks promising. It's interesting that there's an odd number in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, it's because you need to be under there. That's why. Right. Let's have a look. Actually, that feels a little far down. It's not, it's just the angle, because if I do that, you can see that they're the right ones. It's just that the angle. So. You can't hear me? I'm not talking a lot. You should be able to hear me. Everything on my end looks like you should be able to hear this. Confused. You should be able to hear music, the bobbins, and the occasional muttering, rather. I find it difficult to talk when there's no one to talk to, so little confused that you can't hear me. It's usually working, and the little dial says you can hear me, so... Well, the dial says it's picking me up, so... This is one of the real downsides of streaming, is that, you know, if everything my end says that it's working, and, you know, I can see that as I speak, the microphone says I'm hearing thing, I can see it's enabled, as far as I know, I'm transmitting it. It's kind of... Unless I pick up my stream briefly, and hang on, let me do that on my phone. Let me just... You're here, Foo. That I understand. That I totally understand. Move. Move. Woof, says dog. That still makes it look. Amy, enough with the noise. If they want us, they will knock on the door. So this is looking a little weird. No, I'm right. There is something not right. There's something. So let's work out why this isn't right. You are right. So that's possibly why. So you come from there and you come from there. So you are right, I just had you wrapped round. That's what's wrong with that. So that would be the question, if captions are working. Don't know, that's the only problem. I'm not sure they're that accurate either, but... obviously I have to talk for you to find out. Yeah, I am very aware that they don't seem to be very accurate. They seem to be better for some people than others, but I do notice that that's really looking weird. That's not looking right at all. Let's undo this. That they can be very, very weird for me. I don't know whether it's how I talk or not, but they do seem to be very bizarre. Well, and I guess that's something that we can all relate to, except for the fact that I have a very normal accent, to be honest. It's slightly London, and it's not a very thick accent. It's not, you know, I'm not one of the accents that are university recognised as bizarre. So yeah, I don't know why it struggles with me. I mean, I won't say I have a stutter, but I do get confused with my words and say it's almost like a Tourette's, but it's not Tourette's either. It's I say a word, realise it's not the right word, correct the word, or get halfway through a word. So I do it does make a little bit of a mess of things, but I'm not that bad. Well, maybe I am. Maybe I'm worse than I thought. I'm certainly not a public speaker. No. Yeah, you see, I don't understand that, because, I mean, other than the odd kind of Australian slang word, I've never had a problem understanding an Australian. And I guess that's part of the power of the human mind, right? Is that much like the human eye will go out on the darkest of night and can see something moving in the dark, even though it's, blacker than a badger's butthole, it is, yet on the brightest of day, we'll still see. Whereas cameras really struggle. We can't, in a crowded room, people can often pick out sounds. I'm less good at that, but I can also lip read. Okay. does. Hello, Mr. Dog. last row. This doesn't look quite right either. Let's have a look. You definitely are. You are not so sure. There is just not enough space. Let me put this down a second so that I can pile some bobbins on top. Let's move you out the way, and you three gives me a bit more room to work out what's happening here. Get off the pin. Thank you. It's you. There we go. You two can go around there. You. Yes. Don't mix with the pin. Lift my arm with your head on it, dog. Mr. Paws, you're not helping. Oh. What? You have lots of love. Yes, you do. You're not deprived. You're not wanting for anything. No. Why don't you go out and bark at that dog out back? It's getting on my nerves. Why don't you go and bark at it? You bark at everything else. Come on, out of the way! Out of the way, enough, come on. Stick. Stickity, stick, stick, stick. Nope, that's wrong. No, it's not. Just looks at. It's a bit weird. Possibly the angle. Stick. Stick. A stickity, stickity, stick. Let's move that pin. Take you out there. Right. Oh, nothing size more than a dog with no problems. And you can kind of go up there. Now, we can steal you. You can steal all these pins from here. Just check I did push all the pins down yesterday. I did. So that's fine. Just going to give them a good second stare. Very hard because it's at the wrong distance. My glass is exactly the wrong distance. We did all of you, that's fine. Okay. So let's steal you and reveal the beauty within. Yes, this is where you discover if you stuffed it up or not. These thin pins are chronically awful. Because they stick to your skin, and because they weigh nothing, you don't notice. You can't even feel them. Plus they're hard to see, difficult to pick up, very horrid. Never using these again. But we have to use them for the rest of this project, so we will. Rose ground in the background. There we go. Right. So the question becomes, do we do downwards and work to the corner, or I kind of want to do this bit next. Don't know why. It's calling to me. It's calling. And there's no obvious reason why. Because in a way it'd be easier to work towards the corner. I mean, it all gets done in the end, doesn't it? Does it really matter? This is where you can see my brain is a little bit stupid. In that, whether I do it now or later, I still have to do it. So, really? There isn't... So why is my brain making so much of a kind of thing about it all? Because if I finish this bottom bit, all those bobbins are done for. It's over, and I've only got the other bobbins, and I can really pile them up and keep them out of the way, and I will never go back to them. But my brain doesn't want to do those bobbins, it wants to do the other bobbins. Why? Because it's annoying. So I think we're going to tell my brain to go do one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we're going to say to Brain, I don't care. I know you want to do those, but I don't care. These sticks are annoying though. Right. So pile you up on there. You are spare bobbins. You can come around. We won't be needing you for a bit, so you can pile up in the corner. We need you and you. So, here are the working bobbins. Here are the bobbins I definitely don't need. We've done you. And we need we need some of you, so we will release you. Try and scoop you around a little more. So. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th pair. I'm going to put my bobbins back where they usually live on my table here. Because I want space. So, we need to get rid of you two. It's not quite true, I will need some of those bobbins at the back just to get down to the bottom, but it'll be good for a minute. sort out who's next. You two. I hear snoring. It's a hard life. To redo the bobbin. Extract this pin out of there because you're sorted. Now it's time not round it again with this one. I know this is so not how many people do it, but it works for me, which is I place a knot, bring out the pin back here out the way, which is difficult when there are bobbins in the way. Actually, I can use one of these holes, can't I? I don't really want to use you. Place you around it. Oops. No, off the pins. And then wind you round to these. shorten this now because this is now far too long. Trail off into insignificance. I need a pokey stick. There's a pokey stick. Now you make a reasonable twist and we can do that and discard a pair. And now it looks like we're back in business. Hey. Two, three, four. Yep, that's correct. And you are tangled around the pin. So you're next. stick you so that we don't lose that or confuse that for the moment. Back for you later. Stick you. Now, 1, 2, I need 3. Stick you, because we'll get to you in a minute. So, pile you. Pull you round. You. So we can tidy this thread up a little bit. Because it's now annoying. Other side. This pin. This pin. There we go. Let's look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's good. Everybody adds up. Adds in just over 2 minutes. I was going to say for a minute, you're wrong. Don't do that to me. My heart can't take it. No. Oops. Nearly another pin on the floor. You done? You can potentially come up a little bit because you're being a bit long. Then we can pull out Yay! Doesn't feel right. Stickity, stick, stick, stick. Because you are now definitely done with. Now, I've got a feeling I need to do something a bit more here, because you two, if nothing else. So, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need you still. Noah's going to sleep. There we go. Last pin in that section. So, you are stick. Line you up a bit. Stick. Stick. You are now out of the way. So, we need to push some pins down and we need to pull some pins. So, you need to check where the edge is. So you are you. Now, we can rescue you out of the fray. And we only need 3 rows of these pins. Now, in order to trap threads in these pins, we can help it. So we need to keep an eye on where some of you go. So for example, you are around the pin. Go on that. Everybody else is good, so we will go and do 3 rows that we want, which is our safety barrier for the next triangle. You don't need to be down. If you all can get squished a bit, finger. A few of you are a little bit round some pins, but that's fine. That's a sensible idea, Kimber. Why didn't you think of that before? Use the wooden thing to poke them instead of your stupid finger. Now, we can pull some of these as well, because I see a mistake. Oh no. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Breathe. Breathe, 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 breathe. So the mistake is here. I'm not entirely sure how the mistake was made. But basically, it would mean undoing all that section I just did. That's how it's going to be. You are fine, so we need to get fickety bugs. For want of a better phrase. Poopty poop. Lift up all these edge ones. Just a little bit to untrap everybody. Well, that's disappointing. How did I achieve that? See, from here you can't see it, which is why obviously obviously it got away with it. Breathe. Oh, the height of annoyance. And of course, it's back here, so I can't even kind of cheat. Poop. Well, crap. Yeah, mega poop. I'm not sure how well it will show up on camera. Let me make my picture of what you see bigger so I can see if I can show it to you. Hang on, let's zoom in. Yeah, you can see it. Hang on, finding pokey stick or extracting stick from pokey stick. Move pins. If you follow the end of my crochet hook, yeah, arse. Why did it have to wait all the way back there? Why have I? But we are trying so hard not to make blatant mistakes, and there is. Yeah, I mean, when you zoom in, it's kind of a bit more obvious, right? From where I'm sitting, the pin kind of masks. Well, the pin in front of it is kind of directly in line with it, so the thread hid behind the pin. So you'd think I'd have noticed at the time, but of course, there are sometimes until you pin things, it's a little bit unclear, and they don't always sit quite where they look like they should, and it can look a little bit wrong, and all of those kind of things. And so, and this is the problem, sometimes you really only do get to see it when you... Yeah, the shadows, the pins look a bit like shadows, so it kind of melds a little bit, especially with the fact that these pins are so freaking thin. And it's just... Never mind. There are worse things in life. Could be worse. Let's get back to normal. However, yeah. Never mind. We will call it practice. Sadly, it's a bit too big for me to leave. Now, if it had been that 2 threads weren't crossed, yeah, I'd just to that. But I just can't bring myself to leave it. Even though it's one of those, I hate myself either way. I hate myself for having to go back and do it, but I'd also hate myself if I left it. But at least if I go back and do it, and don't add more fuck-ups to the collection, we should be in a position where it's right. And then I won't hate myself quite as much. So, let's go back and work on this. And it is part of the crafting hate, isn't it? Is there's the bit of you that hates yourself for picking the colour or whatever it is that has caused the offence. But at the same time, if you didn't, it wouldn't be right. And sorry, I'm just trying to undo these a bit because they seem a bit more crossed than I wanted. So sometimes you hate yourself, but you have to hate yourself because otherwise you'll hate yourself anyway. So... It's like working with black threads, you know, but black makes it look so cool. Well, it does, but you'll go blind. Exactly, it will haunt you. And every time I looked at it, I would see it, and it would be like it would have. I might as well tie a neon thread to it, or put a bow on it, because you just look at it, you'd know it's there, you'd know exactly where it is, and your eyes would go there, look there, and if I'm going to live with this thing, I've got to live with it. So let's try and make it so that, I mean, there are mistakes. Don't get me wrong. We all know that there are going to be mistakes. But there are mistakes and there are mistakes. Right? And that is not the livable kind. Well, not for me anyway. So, fine. We'll go back. We'll sort it out. We'll get annoyed with it. But as I say, I think the bit that's most annoying is the fact that you almost can't prevent that other than just not ever screwing up in the first place, which, of course, is easier said than done. It only shows when you're taking the pins out or you push the pins down. And now, here's the thing. Technically, I could push all those pins, all the pins that I want to keep in, I could have pushed those down right now, and a lot more of those kind of issues would show. But picking out pins that are pushed down is really awkward, because you tend to catch the threads and pull on them. So it's better to leave the pins up. So you don't... Now, some lace making techniques do push the pins down after, I think it's about 3 rows. But they're also working on a bolster cushion. They're also usually working with a lot less bobbins. And so from that point of view, there is, I won't say it's easier, because, well, you can screw up, I'm only crossing bobbins. I mean, it's hard to believe you can mess it up, but apparently we do. And I just need this I just want it to be so that I don't, with as few mistakes as I can get away with, so. Never mind. There was me, I thought we were doing so well. Bites me in the arse again. So how's Sugar Bear? Oh, you definitely could. You just maybe wouldn't want to pick a net curtain size project. A single bookmark arguably is doable in an afternoon. So you could kind of once a month sit down in front of a film, or 2, usually 2, and make, a bit of a bookmark. Should you use bookmarks? I have a Kindle because my dyslexia often means that I look at a word and don't... How do I explain it? This is no worse than looking at a keyboard, because you can't see how far away I am, and that's because I'm fat and ugly. So if I stretch my hand out, I've got pretty long arms. I can touch my knees without bending down. So it's a fair distance from where I physically sit when I'm sitting. Occasionally I lean forward and stick my nose on it because I'm... Yeah... I hate the way our bodies kind of portray us. Mine is my eyesight, and to be honest, I have a degenerative bone issue potentially in my back. Well, it has been kind of diagnosed, but not formally stamped on my medical record, if that makes sense. So I went to someone, they did a load of analysis, and they are confident that that is the problem. I just haven't had x-rays and crap to 100% confirm it. Mainly because it's depressing and I don't want to think about it. But it's... So I have a back issue, which is why I constantly moan about backache. I'm also fat with big boobs, and they really add to the problem. Because, of course, the weight. Now, I had a curved spine ever since I was a kid. And so the only way for the lower... Hi, Cardinal Creations. This is bobbin lace making. I am currently undoing a section because I made a faux pas I'm not prepared to live with. But if I move these out of the way a little bit and I undo this bin of skewery-ness, I can show you this, which is a part of the triangle I've already completed. In theory, it is very simple art. You either pick up a bobbin and move it over the top, so the right one over a left one, or left one over right one. Oh, Sugar Bear, I kind of relate to that. Bits of me kind of go numb if I sit funny, so I definitely relate to that. But in terms of the actual making Cardinal Creations, it is technically not complicated. You only really have two moves. And obviously a bit like knitting, it's poke, wrap, pull. It's where you poke it, where you wrap it, and how you pull it, and how many wraps, and how many pulls, and how many pokes. With lace making, you generally only ever work, well, in this style anyway, you only work with 4 individual bobbins at a time, 2 pairs. Thank you, Sugar Bear. It is difficult because, I mean, obviously I had a little bit of a meltdown on Wednesday. We won't talk too much about that. I really was low on Wednesday. But, you know, I've got 18 of these wretched squares to make. I'm calling them wretched already, just because I know that at some point I'm going to really regret my choices. But I am really pumped to see how it will turn out. Cardinal Creations. I have technically, and this is no word of a lie, I did some when I was somewhere in the kind of 9-10 era of my life, and I made some thin kind of like, you know, maximum 1-inch strips of individual stitches. So not this kind of stitch, more this kind of stitch. There's another one called half stitch, which is, well, you only do half of it and move on. And I don't remember doing any more than that. I don't remember ever finishing them off. I remember we just chopped the bobbins off and called it quits. And they were kind of like sad things. And of course, being a child, they were sad looking things. And that was it. That was all I ever made. And then about 8 years ago, I made a bookmark. Now, I will say it passed as a bookmark. I mean, I combined a few things. It was bookmark shaped. But it was not exactly wondrous. I had to buy a load of crap because obviously, but 8 years ago, I was mid-40s. And it had been a while. And so I bought some bobbins. I bought a pillow, which are currently in storage. So when my brain woke up, around about 2-3 months ago, and went, Liz, yes, Brain, I want to make lace again. Brain, where did that come from? I need to make lace, and I need to do it now, or I'm going to give you grief. So I ordered loads of lace making stuff. Well, actually, technically, I got a cooler lid. I've got a styrofoam Kuma lid, covered it with a bit, well, I ordered a bit of felt off Amazon to give it a bit more strength, and wrapped it in a bit of cloth and the felt. Got some, you know those dolly pegs that look a lot like these, but have kind of the U-shaped gap in the bottom? Bought a bunch of them off Amazon too, because you could buy quite a few for not a lot. They're big, and slightly too big, but it worked. And I made something, and I was like, yeah, I remember this. I remember vaguely doing this. So I bought proper stuff, and I made a few bookmarks. I made a square, which is, let me show you this. Hang on. Move me mouse. I haven't got a lot of mouse room. So I made this square, and this square was where my brain went, Liz, yes, Brain, I want to make a big thing. Remember that curtain I had eyes on, well, brain cells on, about 10 years ago, and I've never stopped nagging you about? Yes, Brain, I'm very aware of the curtain you banged on about. How about we make a curtain out of lace? Okay, Brain. Brain was thinking of a smaller window for a change, because I think of windows, so for example in here I have what I would call 3 windows, which is one big window made out of like 3 individual kind of windows, right? So this is a 3 window wide one, and previously it wanted to do a double knitting kind of blind for the window, and it's banged on about it for a long time, but it wanted to use almost thread, not much thicker than this. In fact, let me use this worm here. This is... Oh, you can't see it, idiot. Hang on. So, this worm here is 8/4 cotton. It was thinking this or slightly thinner, double knitted for a blind, because then you can get a lot of stitches and a lot of detail in it. And it's banged on about that for about 10 years. So, I'm very aware of the curtain my brain has been oogling over. And I have conceded that if I make a crap load of squares, and join them all together, I could make a single window net curtain, and maybe my brain would shut up. Now, I do... Well, this is the hope. The hope is that Brain Cell will then be happy because it's made a curtain. It's made a curtain that took a really long time, that's really intricate, and not kind of like, for example, I weave. I could knock out a piece of fabric the size of a window curtain pretty quickly, probably in an hour, because I've got stuff on my loom already. If I stomp throw bash for an hour or so, sewed up the ends, I could potentially do it, but it doesn't want to do a woven one for that very reason. Now, I'm not schizophrenic, or at least I'm not diagnosed schizophrenic, but I do very much have the angel devil on my shoulder with my brain cells. My brain cells have plans. My brain cells wake up like good many years ago, like 20-something years ago. I woke up and my brain went, Liz? Yes, Brain. I want to crochet. Brain, you've never seen or known a living soul who crochets. Where did this come from? I need to crochet. Brain, why? I need to crochet. So I bought stick string off eBay because there was a pack with both that were the right size stick for the string, and off I went. And I love crochet, to be honest. So I don't hate my brain for it. It's just the fact that randomly it wakes up, on usually a Saturday morning, and kind of goes and announces this random decision that it's had, and that it now desperately with its soul needs to do this. And it's not always something I agree on, the double knitted curtain. I mean, I don't disagree. It would be it would be like the Sistine Chapel. It would be a beautiful thing. I do not have the patience or the mental strength to achieve it. I'm not overly sure I've got the mental strength to achieve the net curtain because, well, I've already broken and we're not even at the bottom of square number 1. But I do have some other stuff going on in my life that has caused most of the breakage, to be fair. So I am really looking forward to it. So I have this lovely little picture. She says, wondering where it is. Is it that one? There you go. So this is where I'm at. I am working on the 3rd triangle. And when we do that, I will fill in another triangle. So this is my state of play. It's just to give you the future disappointment in my life of, I'll probably get about halfway through and I'll hate these squares, something chronic. But it is my tracker of where I'm at. I am thinking in terms of triangles because Hi, Naughty Cat, how are you? Good to see you. It's nice to see some friendly faces. And new faces, of course. But I'm currently going back and unscrewing up something I did earlier. Because apparently I'm a moron. I didn't do something or somehow missed something or not entirely sure how I screwed it up. But I screwed it up. So I'm in the process of winding back just this little bit. Well, I say just this little bit. It still takes time and effort, and not the brain cells at their best, obviously. So yes, we are unbreaking the lace again. And it's not the first time we've had to go back and fix. Cardinal Creations, if you go to blog.crochet-crazy.com and click on how I learnt to crochet, a history on the left hand side, you will see many things I made. If I tell you I made, do sit down for this. Me too. And I find it very difficult to leave. Sometimes there are mistakes that you almost can't see for looking. But if you go to my blog site for when I do crochet or for when I randomly do big crochet projects, I made a king-size bedspread sized blanket of the Ferrari horse. So we're not talking, a couple of little bit of squares here. We're talking, I made the Ferrari horse 2 weeks. Don't get me wrong, I had no life and I actually had to take the second week off work because the dude was leaving for Australia. But I made I made the Ferrari horse in a couple of weeks. I've done a couple of TARDIS doors. They generally take a week or so. For some reason, I can get Tunisian crochet fairly quick. And I think it's because how I think about how I do the colour changes and the pattern that I'm making. Twist you. Oops, there we go. So I do think that can be a bonus, but because I use a cross-stitch app to track my pattern, but also because I know the guy who wrote the cross-stitch pattern. Well, I won't say it's purely because I know him, but I asked him if he could add a little bit of stuff, and because obviously with Tunisian crochet, realistically you work right to left if you're right-handed. And each row is always done right to left. So you don't want to have a count like a knitting pattern where it's right to left, left to right. You want right to left all the time. So it will do, 26 white ones, 3 black ones, 26 white ones, 3 black ones. And you can kind of go along. And so he did that for me. And that's part of his crochet app now. Sorry, his cross-stitch app. But it's also got backwards and forwards, so you can do it in single or double crochets. He's added a few bits for people, which is nice, and we appreciate that. So I use that. That's a very good piece of software. It's called WinStitch, in case anyone's interested, because it is a good cross-stitch program too. So yes, sometimes I get really into a swing of something and I can stonk through it. And other times, my brain just farts. Yeah, Jeff Tulin, who is a really singly awesome dude, writes it, and he does it for Ursula Software. I met him at the Earl's Court Needlework and Craft exhibition many, many years ago. Oh, it's got to be 30-something years ago. I still lived at home, for Christ's sake. And I went with my mother. My mother used to do cross-stitch. Cross-stitch I can do, but it's not something my brain longs for, if you know what I mean. Rug making, yes. Knitting, crochet, spinning, weaving. Yeah. It wakes up with like urges for that. But I've never really had the urge to wake up, and I've never woken up with it going, I need to cross-stitch now. It doesn't do that one. I'm not sure why. I mean, part of me's kind of grateful, but because I really don't need to do more. How far away are we? Couple more rows. Right. This is not my proudest moment. It's not my worst moment, I suppose, but it's not a proud moment. So yes, he's a lovely guy. Not yet. We've got a couple of rows to go, but we are almost out of the problem. It's really close to being sorted, so This is a good thing. It's hard to pick up some of these pins one by one. So, nearly there, nearly there. But as you'll both obviously appreciate, it is one of those. There are things I could potentially leave, because even up close only maybe I would notice. This is just not one of them. This is so not one of them. And for the latecomers, let me show you what it is we are talking about. So, I move this up a little bit. Let me make it big on my screen so I can point to it properly. If you can't overly see it well at the moment, but where's pointy stick gone? It's disappeared in my sticks. If you can't see it already, you will the moment I point my thing at it. Just here, this line here should not be here. It should be, well, frankly, somewhere else. And it's too big a line to be ignoring. So we are going back and fixing, because that will haunt me, and I don't want that. I don't want to look at this forevermore and go, oh, there it is. I want to look at it and smile, not look at it and sigh and kind of pick it up and put it in a box somewhere. So I really, the only problem with this is quantity of bobbins and not enough working space. I suppose I should be grateful I didn't make it with more bobbins than I did. So this is the row with any luck. There are times when I swear this does not make sense. Which is why I've got to be careful when I get back that I have not introduced more issue. Because obviously at this point, I know that exactly how to undo this stitch, but I'm not convinced that this is exactly where this should be. So let's look at you two. Yeah, I think you're alright. Yeah, I think you're alright. I think I'm alright. I don't think I have messed up, per se. But we need to get back one more row than this. This is not the last row to undo. That's fine. Now, technically I don't have to go higher than this point. I just need to undo these. So, somewhere around here is where I went wrong. So this is the pin in question. So the question is, What did I do that was wrong? So you are twisted, that's fine. You are twisted. Let's... It's possible I just didn't put the pin in the right place, but because of the way the tensions work out... Does that fix it? This is the question. Let's work down the row. How are you catching on any of these pins? I should have put the cloth back. That's right, brain fart for a moment. Yeah, it looks better. Right, let's pick this pin up because I don't know where you came from. Pick you up, put you back down so that there aren't pins for you all to catch on. Push you down a bit. There we go. Try just staring at it with evil eyes to make sure that it truly is all good now, because I don't want to get to the end again and realise I've made a new mistake in a new and improved way, because that would be really infuriating and wouldn't be the first, obviously. Don't you dare laugh, meanie. Right. So, you go there, and pinny. I'm pretty confident all I actually did was put the pin the wrong side of one of the threads, but not so maybe if I'd picked the pin out and moved it and poked it a little bit, it would have looked all right. But not living in with that. No, not just in case. We will do it properly. We are here to make a good effort, not bodge it. Oh look, ads in 3 minutes. Has it really been an hour? Wow. Not too long. 9. And of course, with the pin crisis earlier this week, and obviously purchasing of more pins, the interesting point, of course, is that here we are, we've got all this way further on, and this is my original pin collection. We haven't even started on the new pins yet. But it was... And so I just kind of... So I am kind of pleased with myself, because obviously, while I was concerned that I would run out of pins at the weekend, and so was a little bit anxious, there are good pins, there are worse pins, so do not ever buy from Amazon the, 1,000 pins for £4, because basically none of them have got points on. Well, 3 of them will, the rest of them won't, and it's a little bit infuriating. These are from roseground.com, and these are the Honiton pins, and these are 0.4mm wide at the shaft. Amazon do sell these prim ones, which are a good big box of a lot of them. It's 50 grams of them, and well, I mean, this box and this box, well, this one's heavier, and this box, despite being a metal box, is 2 of the Honiton pin put together. So although you get 400 Honiton pins, they bend at every whim. These are 0.5mm at the shaft, and I'm really regretting not using these now, because these don't bend very hard. Well, I mean, if I grab one, I grab a pin, these, I'm putting quite a lot of effort on that, and it didn't bend. Well, it did bend marginally, but I had to put quite a lot of effort on it. The thin ones, yeah, dog farts, three pins bend, right? They are flimsy beyond belief. Okay. You can now come out. So, keep working, otherwise we won't get back to where we started. So. Have they? Oh, really? It says there's still 2 minutes odd of ads for me, and that's what Twitch is telling me. Oh, I hate this stuff. I think that's part of the other problem, is that although it tells me, sometimes it says it's preparing ads, and I actually think some people have got them, some people haven't, but sometimes it can sit there for like 3 or 4 minutes saying ads starting soon, and maybe it's because it's struggling to find an ad to give to people. I don't know. So yeah. According to this, the rest of them still got 1 minute 15 seconds of ads. So. Don't know how that works. I guess you won't be making me rich then, Sugarman. Not that ad's ever going to make me rich. I think so far it's raised about $4, so let's not be celebrating here. And I mean, since I started the lace making streaming, I need to be accurate on that. I think the entire thing's raised about $4. I know, it's terrible, isn't it? oddly ad money and streamers making reasonable money out of it, like Mr. Beast and all the rest of it, and Asmongold. Actually, part of me finds that wrong. Part of me's jealous, and part of me doesn't see how that works. So yes, I've never understood I've never felt entirely comfortable that, I don't know, for sake of the argument, if there are a couple of hundred of you currently watching, dear God, part of me says, I hope not, that people are making, a couple of thousand a week from the ad revenue and a few subscriptions and all this kind of stuff. And it kind of seems wrong to me to make that sort of money. I mean, obviously I put time and effort into it and I bought things for it, but it kind of seems wrong. That's right, I've just thrown a pin on the floor. I'll find it later. Because I don't actually know even remotely where it went. Let's try the old magnets trick. Hang on. Dribble my magnet around. See if it comes back with a pin. Moochy mooch. There it is. Hooray! Good old magnet. Because now obviously, selling the advertisement space and, in effect, and getting compensated for running ads, I guess makes a little sense. But it's, it's like 1 cent a person kind of thing, right? And I guess I've watched some of the bigger streamers, and bear in mind, I do not claim to be good at this at all. But some of them don't seem any better than me, and yet they're making a fortune. And they get to live their whole entire life by making a bunch of YouTube videos or streaming or whatever, and they have big money. Obviously you got to pay tax and stuff on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But it's still big money. And it just seems weird to me that while I am an internet and a computer geek and all of those kind of things, it seems weird that by random people you don't know watching a stream or watching a YouTube video, you can make a crap load of money, and then of course you become the slave to the algorithm. But it seems weird to me that that is a valid source of income. I mean, would it be nice if by the end of my net curtain, any money I get for this, so a bit of ad revenue, whatever, pays for the things that I bought to make the stream? So the light, the camera, the other bits for the cameras that didn't work out, my microphone, the stream deck, it all adds up. Would it be nice? Of course it would be nice. But at the same time, I didn't do it I'm not doing it for the money. And I think that's one of the big differences between, people like me and a lot of the big streamers, is they are doing it because they want the money. I'm doing it because I want to document this process. I appreciate people like you guys coming along to share and talk to me, because it's a bit lonely sitting here on my own. But which is why what you can't hear is I have music in my ear that you can't hear, not the music you're listening to. Aha! Oxford has arrived. Oxford is following me now. Scary. Is Ox hiding in the chat? This is the question. But I'm not in it for the money. Ooh. I got a sub! Woohoo! I got a sub! Oh, I'm so excited. Yeah, now I am in trouble. But I'm not in it for the money. I'm purely in it. Hey Ox, how you doing? Nice to see you here finally. After all your whining. Yeah. By the way, I bought a crap load of pins. I can show you the pins. Fair enough. By the way, I also have you reading out in my ear, just like you have yours, so that I can look at my lace pillow and people talk to me. So, hence, I already half knew how it was done because, well, I was thinking of doing it. So, yeah, but you got to remember, this will be on YouTube, and they won't have seen what you've said. So, but yes, I understand. Understand entirely. So yeah, but as I was saying, I'm not doing this because I expect to get rich out of it. Far from. The main course of me doing this, and the reason I then post the videos up on YouTube, is because I'm documenting for myself how I did it. So the next time the brain cells wake up with a crazy idea, I can say, look, it took me this many hours. Now, admittedly, I stop and talk to people and, but it took me this many hours to do this. Are you really, really sure this is the idea that you actually want to go with? And you don't want to maybe make a, pair of gloves or... or a bookmark or something that you really want to make, like the Bayer tapestry. Are you sure you don't want to wind that kind of expectation in and make it a little bit better, Because it would be, Liz would take up cross stitch and Liz would suddenly decide that she's going to make a mural for her living room, which I think is 15 metres by 2.5. Let's not be doing that. I just don't need those kind of brain cells. But those are the ones that I have. So, thank you for the follow, no signal. I do begrudge my brain cells and their stupid ideas. But don't get me wrong. As I say, they woke up one day deciding to want to crochet, and I really enjoyed it. So it's not that they have wrong ideas. It's not like, hey Liz, let's go and burn something, Oh, that's cool. This is cool. We welcome everyone and anyone. And, whether you're holding them to gunpoint or not, that's fine. I have no problem with that. I appreciate the people. And for me, I think having an active chat is really quite helpful. Yes, Ox has got a 1972 Super Beetle, and so far he's stripped it all the way down. Hi, no signal. So yeah, Naughty Kel, he's while he's American, so we forgive him for that. He's got a 1972 Beetle, and he's stripped it all the way down, so it's just a shell, and he's been doing lots of work on it, and he is doing it up, and he's got lots of plans, and a bit like me doing this, in that he's no expert, but he's got, he has some general idea of what he's doing. I'm sure Ox may have questions for you on how best to do some of it then, because he's doing it in his garage, and he's got various bits of equipment, obviously, and it is his side project. It is his kind of, but he's doing really well. He's done an awful lot of work on it, and I'm sure he won't mind me saying so. I'm sure he's still got more than plenty to go. But he's certainly done all the flooring. He's done the inside flooring. He's got bits to repair. He's got there's a bit of kind of accident damage kind of bit at the front, which I think he's planning to sort out. It's not a big bit, it's not like half of it's missing. It's it's a bit crumpled in one corner. But he's hello. Wow, people. Wow, it's exciting, all these people. But I think Ox is doing really well with his beetle, and please follow him. He is. We do like. Hang on, she says, finding that she's not in the box she thought. Apparently that's not what that is. Hang on. Apparently I am not capable of using the commands that I wanted to do a shout out and I can't find the command. Hang on, that's the one. There we go. So we please follow him. He's cool. We like Ox. We like everybody actually. Except for spam bots. We're not friends with spam bots, but we like Oxford. I watch a lot of Oxford. He plays lots of shooty games. I'm not overly a shooty game person, mainly because I really suck at it. But I enjoy watching Ox play shooty games because he shouts and swears at it like I would. So I feel at home. I feel almost a brotherly connection to Ox. He is very much of similar minds on some things, and so if I'm not on and he's on, which is quite possible, definitely go and see Ox. Especially if he's working on his beetle, because I think he'd like that. Even again, if it's from the mild curiosity of things you used to do from the past. Yeah, you'll appreciate that. He gets all excited and he's far better at streaming than I am. He's more consistently streamed. I used to stream some games, or a game more accurately, a long time ago. And for many months I didn't speak at all on stream, I just typed at people. And lots of people persuaded me I needed a headset and that I should speak to them, and I don't feel I have a good voice for it, but it's more a voice for mime and the face for radio scenario. So hence I have an avatar, because while I look a little like my avatar, I'm a little bit more second hand, shall we call it. I'm a bit worse off around the edges. But it does look enough like me that, it is a fair, reasonable representation on me. So yes, Ox is cool. Everyone here is cool, to be honest. Sugar Bear is one of Ox's friends, and obviously, has come to say hello, and we very and has been here a few times, and so we appreciate that. And so it's nice that everybody's been and come and said hello. And as I say, one of the hardest things I find about this is when I'm streaming and there's no one to talk to. It is. For the man who has ADHD, it is way too clean. I mean, you and I, Nautical, we've had conversations about this. No. If that was mine, you'd barely have... You couldn't put a car in it if it was mine. I mean, it wouldn't fit. I mean, I've got... Actually, I could show you a picture of the garage here, but it is kind of the dog den. And the dogs have somewhat... I won't say decorated it as in mess decorated it, but they have made a mess of things that were in it that I almost wasn't aware of. And so it is, and I used to put my car in it. I can't really now because, well, they've made too much of a mess in it. And I can't put my car in it now because, well, the battery's dead, so I should fix it. I really should. I'm sure, but technically it also needs a clutch, but then it's needed a clutch for about, since before I moved here, actually. God, that's 6 years. Holy shit. So it's needed a new clutch for 6 years. It's not slipping yet. Well, okay, that's not quite true. Randomly, it will slip a little bit, and then it will go back to normal. So I haven't done anything about it, because I don't do the miles, so... Yeah, you see, that's a good boy attitude, and that is exactly what you should do, and exactly the thing that I know I should do and don't. So, for example, I started streaming nearly 3 hours ago, and you can't see it, but it's getting bad. I have what I lovingly call my shit pile to the right of me. I'm sitting on my couch. Now, I shouldn't really have a shit pile in my living room, but I don't have visitors, so bite me. My shit pile is getting on for a quarter of my sitting room. And it's nearly as tall as me now. I really need to do something with it. And I really was gonna. I thought about it, and I think about it most every day, that how I should. And then I find something else to do. Thing is, though, hang on. It's all right, little one. It doesn't actually bother me, and this is something that cleaning is what I do at 3 o'clock in the morning when I've got insomnia, and that is about the only time I'm domesticated. Any other point in the daytime, there is always something better to do, whether it's sleeping, watching shite TV that frankly should never have been allowed, watching a movie that makes the local nursery rendition of something look good. I would rather do that than clean. Hell, I'd rather pull out my eyeballs than clean. So I am not domesticated, and I don't pretend that I'm not, that I'm any better. And I have said many times, I am not domesticated. And I mean, I don't literally crap on the floor, but I am not. There is something about cleaning that really bugs me. Now, I can do the dishes, especially when you got a dishwasher. I can do the washing, so I can put clothes in a washing machine. I can put them in the dryer. I won't say iron, because, well, I do have an iron. Mainly for my tea towels, but not for ironing my clothes, because if it needs ironing, I'm not going to wear it again. But hello, Miss Nomonera. Good to see you. Thank you for coming. I find that cleaning is, I find myself, if I look at a room and go, I need to clean this. Well, first of all, it's got to be really bad for that. But I get deeply upset and emotional and stressed and anxious, and I turn into a melting mess when I clean. To the point I almost have to have someone else in the house when I do it. And as I live alone, I can maintain a standard that is acceptable to me and probably no one else in the planet. So I'm not going to pretend that my house is that. Let's face it, there's a reason why this is the only bit you see, okay? You can see my hands. Look, I've got hands, mainly broken nails, but I've got hands. But I am not domesticated, so, and I do semi-apologise for it, but at the same time, my house, my rules, right? So, and as the only other people who live here are dogs, and they don't care, then it's all good. I don't have visitors, because, well, I don't. That's fine. And the only occasional one that might turn up knows full well to expect this, so it's fine. We're nearly back to the end of this part that I screwed up, so that's good. Don't forget, if you've got any questions, so especially to the new people, feel free to ask as many questions as you like. I may not know all the answers, but I can try. But yeah, I do perk up a bit when there's people to talk to, because, well, there's people to talk to. And as I was saying, a bit like Ox, I've got you guys talking in my ear so that I can keep an eye on what I'm doing a bit more and not constantly stare at the screen. But I also have different music in my ear so that when you're not here, I don't feel quite so weird, because deathly silence is a little bit much for me, because I can't hear the music that you do. So all I hear is dog snores, farts, and it's kind of, my brain kind of gets bored of that, so I need something in my ear. And I can turn it off when there's plenty of things to do, but I do have music in my ear. And it's a bit more like Ox's music, to be honest. It's Amazon all 80s, so. Currently, we have Billy Joel and Uptown Girl in my ear, so. It's not fairly quiet, mine, but, you know. Unless it sounds like a strangled cat, I'd probably be fine with it. I am fairly good with most things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't care if it's from thrash metal to classical music to really don't care. To be honest, I just need sounds in my ears. I was actually thinking of converting it to Doctor Who earlier, so, you know. Missed. Let's do it the other way around. Okay, you're finished with. You can go on the sleepy pile back there. Like that. Well, whatever I do next, I've got cloth stitch to do, so... Well, as you're already out, it makes sense to do you, really, doesn't it? So let's push you to the side. Get you out the way. Pull you back. And I need some of you. You, don't need you. So. That feels a bit much. You come out, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's right. I'm getting better at not overthinking it. Dog's just woken up in a start. Don't know what's boiled his because there's no Amazon man for me today. Makes change, but you know. And you'll soon see why my brain farts. So when we were going across, there was 6 and 5. Going this way, there's like 4 and 5. And it does make your brain kind of go, no, I have made this wrong. And actually you haven't. And part of it is because of where you add and where you take away. So if you add and then work across, then obviously you gain some at the beginning. Whereas if you take away and work, well, then you've got less, you know. Which is kind of what's happening here. So I've just lost 2 pairs of bobbins out of this pile and not added any. So now there's only the 4 pairs of bobbins until I get to the other side and pick up the new ones. So it is that kind of, this is why my brain farts and is convinced that I've screwed it all up and we spent ages working it out, was because, well, sometimes you have to spend ages working it out because, well, it's confusing. Lie down, dog. You went and had a look at it. You decided it was boring. And now you're done. Yes. Hang on, dog. You need a hug, do you? Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Did the leaf look threatening? Did it? Was it terrible? Did it make you feel uncomfortable? Did it? Is that what it is? You are a silly. Yes, you are. Yes, I know. I know. Now your sister's going to come and headbutt the microphone and do scatterbrain things. Hello, scatterbrain. Hello. Big yawn. Yes, I know. Headbutt the microphone again. How can you not see the microphone? It's nearly as big as your head. How can you not be aware of these things? Big yawn again. Oh dear. It's a hard life. I mean, you've been awake for... Well, part of the reason I can is because of the way I've set things up. It was actually something I was thinking of, and an Ox asked me about, was I can look at this, and the pattern for this is on the piece of paper, so I only need the information here. The streaming side of it, some of the things can be a little bit more complicated. So earlier we had someone hard of hearing, and so I chose to type at them rather than speak to them, because obviously they were struggling to hear me because they couldn't turn their thing up enough to hear me, because their batteries were low or something. Anyway, so I chose to type to them because I wanted them to feel that they could ask questions and get sensible answers, because although I've actually got captions turned on, the caption word quality is lacking. So stopping to type is awkward. And stopping to look at the screen and check if someone's talked to me was proving frustrating, because obviously I'd look up and discover, because I'll be concentrating on a bit that I was screwed up or something, and I'd look back up and find that, 4 minutes ago someone said hello to me and they'd probably run away because, well, I didn't answer them. And so I've got a text-to-speech thing set up that reads in my ear, so you can't hear it, but I can hear it. And so I get read every time you say something. And it means that I can continue looking where my hands are at what I'm doing, but hear what you say. Now, sometimes I find that very distracting if I'm in the middle of a sentence, but that's partly because that's how my brain works. I would never be one of those people who could do public speakers with translators in their ears, and couldn't be doing with that. And I certainly couldn't be a translator. I could not listen to something and translate it at the same time. I can listen and type it out, done that, but I am not good at the whole, listening to something I need to actually pay attention. Well, as I explained to the person earlier, when I was 3, I was completely deaf. And so, while I do know a limited amount of sign language, basically I know the alphabet, let's not pretend it's much more than that. But I do know the alphabet, so I can arguably communicate with someone who is entirely deaf. I have sympathy for blind people because my eyesight is shit. There is no kind way to address my eyesight. It's chronically terrible, and it's getting worse because being older, as we all know, when you get older, your reading sight becomes shit. But I'm also chronically short-sighted, so I can't see past my nose. Well, it's got a bit better over the years, but not a lot. So I now can't see past about 6 inches beyond my face without my glasses. But I now can't. But at the same time, without my glasses on, I can only see... Yeah, basically I can see a range of about this much without my glasses on. And before it or after it, can't see it. And even with my glasses on, technically I do need a new prescription. But at £1,000 a pair of glasses, not overly keen to go and do it, as I'm sure you understand. And so while I have a reading prescription in my glasses, it's not strong enough. So I can see clearly in the distance, but when I want to see, the twists in threads here, it's hard for me to see it. And I can get really close to it, but then it can often be in a position where it's too far for me to see without my glasses, but too near for me to see with my glasses, and then I can't see shit. And I suffer a lot of this with weaving as well, in that it's just, not ideal. I have not added, we will backtrack for some reason. So you come out, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, I need to add some, which is why I miscalculated. Right. Okay. Saved one more mistake at least. So yeah, so it means that I can concentrate a lot on what I'm doing, but still be very much involved with you guys. You know, when you're here to talk to, and while I'm not a people person in a lot of ways, it also seems weird to me to be streaming and not have people to talk to, because kind of you hope that's the point, that people want to come and look. I mean, don't get me wrong, I also appreciate that it's, if you're not into it, so for example, if I asked my ex-husband to watch, he would be bored in 3 minutes because, well, probably even less, because it's not his thing to watch. He would probably be vaguely interested because I'm doing it, but plonky plonky, pinny pinny, yeah, whatever, next, right? He'll go back to shooting something. So, and I can relate to that because, you know, we've all done a bit of the watch something because the other half was into it and kind of gone, oh my God, my brain cells just couldn't. So I don't expect it to be everyone's cup of tea. But at the same time, I feel a lot of things as an adult, there is at least a natural kind of initial curiosity of, oh, so that's how that's done. Now that might be your entire interest in it over and done with. But to have an idea of how something is done, or, you know, something that maybe your grandparents did, or those kind of things, it's not that you want to do it, it's not that, you know, you're going to go out and buy a load of kit and be the next, but at the same time, no, I don't. No, I need them. Brain fart. Brain's farted. If I've added and taken away everywhere I added and took away, this cannot be wrong, but at the same time it's not right. Because you two should not be in on it. 1, 2, 3. But if I chuck a pair out now, I don't have enough. I didn't add. I thought I had, but I clearly did not add. Did not add. Because they'd be stupido. Idiot. There we go. Yeah, I want everyone to feel welcome. I want everyone to join in and everyone to be happy. And I'm happy to answer questions because, well, can't learn if you don't. And as I say, I don't expect everyone to be rushing out and buying lace-making stuff and going, I need to make one too. Because, well, frankly, you'd be a nutter, I think, if you did. But having a bit of a go never hurt anybody. And you can do it with stuff that you probably... Well, if you do any form of sewing kind of thing, you probably got enough around your house to do it already. So, you know, you could. So this should take us to the corner, as long as I can count. And that looks like the corner, so that's good. Right, so that pair came in and goes straight out again. You're in the way, keep out of it. Pinnity pin pin. You're out of it. Pinnity pin pin. You're out the way. And you are the final corner. Stab. So. Right. You are done for. We don't need you ever again for, well, till the next triangle. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's take you and stick you. Stickity stick. Stick. Chuck you round the corner. Let's play press the pin. And the 3 rows, which I wish to keep. Now we're back where we started. Give or take a little bit. And I've wobbled my pillow again. Let's take a couple of you out the back because we don't need you back there. I'm quite happy that we've sorted all of that out. Still you. And I'm going to still you. Well, it is. And this is the point, is it not? We should learn from our mistakes. Clearly, I'm not so good at doing that because I still make them. But at the same time, many mistakes can be corrected. I mean, technically, all of them can be corrected. But if I found it was back in one of the triangle back there, I am probably never in a month of Sundays going to go back and fix that. But if it's doable and it's not that far, I mean, even if I found one drastically here, I would probably go back and fix it. I'd be really annoyed, but I would go back and fix it. Because it's important to me. I mean, it's not like I'm giving it to the Queen or something, but it is important. But never mind, let's keep going. I'm determined to do quite a long stream today, but probably only the one. So I'm going to do as long as I can manage, and that my back will let me. And the occasional sitting back and talking to you and slouching does help. Didn't have any lunch. But we shall definitely. I think we're stonking on, and we've done a fair bit today. So we've done most of that rose ground square. We've done the 2 bits of cloth stitch and this bit down here of the ground. But we are now into kind of this small triangle section, and well, it gets faster as we get there because, well, each row becomes less and less. So it is a good thing. Next up is cloth stitch some more, just further up. So we need to juggle some bobbins about a bit and use more stick and do a few more sticks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Grab a stick. Stickety stick. I really hate the fact that if you look at this, the spring and the hat has got to rotate 180 degrees to go on the thing, and it just means that it makes sticking things a lot harder because you've got to keep twisting it as well. So you go around the corner and we can push you up a lot for now. We need to bring you down and pop the pins that you grabbed hold of. And I'm not going to re-stick everything, so you can quietly sit and we'll wrap you around a bit, but you'll be coming off again in a minute. You are the next section. And you were the working load, so bobbin management is definitely the hardest part, I think, when you're working on something as big as this. And to be honest, the fact that we're only working on a 3-inch wide section and there are 100 bobbins, give or take, I think it's 98. I'd have to count them, but it is definitely the hardest part of this, is because, I mean, obviously, as we all know, these were supposed to be done with the thin, spangly Midlands bobbins in theory, these things, but Spangles can go do one, and because they just get in the way and they stop a lot of the bobbin movements, they stop the bobbins sitting properly on the pillow, they do stop them rolling, but that's the only good thing that Spangles actually do. So I'm going to try and roll you around a little bit. And let's free you. Now, where's the working pair? I've got a feeling it might be in here. Let's see. Yes, I think the working pair. These tails are getting on my nerves. Come on, get out. Yes, I think you are the working pair. Actually, you're not. You are. So I maybe need 2 of you. So I'm just peering gently because 2, 3, 4, 5 now, that's correct. Because this pair of bobbins immediately gets chucked out, so I need to work them and chuck them. But I just needed to check that everyone was in the right place, so we'll put you back in here because, well, we don't need you ever again for the moment. I say ever again and then mean till we do another section is more accurate. 1, 2, 3, 4. We can put another row's worth in there in a minute. So let's get to the other side. And now we need 2 of you, which I shall pull out of there. And you are the 2 that I need, so we need to cross you, and then we will do that, and we will pin. So this is part of the advantage of taking a load of these pins out. It makes it a lot easier to twist the bobbins round a bit. Hang on. No, I don't need you. Didn't need you yet. You're the next row down. You are the other corner, so you don't get one. You go in there. See, this is how easy it is to overthink these things and get yourself in a pickle. Is this really Sabrina in my ear? Did I twist them? Yes, I did. Get rid of the stick, because you'll just fall off and I'll be annoyed because I've lost you. Right. Oh dear. Hard life for the dog. Go sort you out in a minute. You in there, because there's room for one more in there. Eight minutes to answer. The only problem with having music in my ear that you can't hear that I can, I want to sing along. I don't know if you can hear my dog snore. It's clearly such a hard, stressful life. Living at home, having your food provided, having warmth and shelter, comfort should you have a bad thought. And beds to lie on, and couches, and rugs, and seriously, I've got more dog beds than there is anything else in this house. I mean, in this room alone, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 dog beds in this room. And my duvet. I have a couch duvet. My couch duvet is somebody else's reject duvet, and I mean that genuinely, in that it was in a sealed packet in the loft, but it's clearly a used one. It's not a brand new one. And so I adopted it because, well, it came with the house, and I use it down here on the couch. And I use it mainly as a leg blanket because it's seen better days. So I don't know what tog it was originally, but it's not that anymore. And it's got a few, I won't say holes in it as in actual holes, but it's got like holes where the fluff has parted and made a hole on the inside. We like lying and snuggling and nesting in it, obviously. My cushion that I made is a top priority movable object. If dogs could live the influencer lifestyle, these dogs would be it. These dogs would be, the equivalent of Mr. Beast and having all of his fancy cars and all that kind of crap, because it's kind of funny because, as I say, I love my dogs a lot, and he suffers from the equivalent of PTSD. He's clearly got something in his past that really deeply upsets him, and so right now he's as fast asleep as you like. I could say dinner. No, not even an ear move, right? They are out. If I was rustled a packet or something, I would wake for that, don't get me wrong. But they are fast asleep. And in being fast asleep, unlike most dogs who, sleep with one ear open, my dogs don't. And it means that sometimes, depending on how you wake, or he wakes up, being more accurate rather than how I wake him up, but how he finds himself waking up. So if she kicks him in the butt while they're sleeping, he wakes up ready for a fight. So whatever it involved, it involved his butt and probably waking up to find it happening. We don't need to work out what that may or may not have been. I don't think he was literally, but certainly he is very protective of it in his sleep. And it's really sad because occasionally he wakes up because something touched his butt, and it could be my foot while I was asleep, whatever. That now needs to be removed from the world. And it does mean that he is getting better. I mean, he's older, but he's still not perfect about it. It's still a problem for him. So I need to work out whether these are next or the other ones are next. Hang on. These are next. You are not next. You need to go back. Is there another one? Yes, there is. Yes, you are next. So we will steal 2 of you then. So he wakes up and he's really distressed and he wants to remove something from the world. And it makes me sad that he's got that in his head. Because he is definitely safe here. Nothing other than me tanning it should he, be really naughty. And I don't even do that. So, he hasn't got anything to worry about, but it's still obviously in there. And I've caught the wrong end of a few. I mean, can't really see it, but there's a lump of me removed there. I've got what looks a bit like self-harm marks on this arm. It's an overly sharp swell on camera. That was me. I touched one of his nails when he wasn't in the mood. He's not vicious. He really isn't. but he has certain things that are off limits. And his nails and being touched on the butt when asleep are both of them. So, so I'm just making sure I got that the right way around. So yeah, I love him very much, but he doesn't speak. He very rarely makes noise. Because she does it all. She is the most vocal dog I've ever owned. She's also the most crackhead dog I've ever owned, but... Never known a dog like it. Really haven't. She looks like a crackhead or a meth head or something because she doesn't sit still for seconds unless she's actually asleep. Oh, ads. There we go. Getting low on my pot bins. Well, this pot bin. Get out of the way. Stop being awkward. Definitely heard this one already today. Thanks, computer. Actually, I've heard that. Is that really it? Are we going round again now? I haven't heard that one. That'll do. Not that they're bad tunes, but I've already heard those, so... Need to hear tunes I haven't heard. Come on, pin, give me a pin. What I really need to do is put a small magnet, literally almost like a microdot magnet, in the end of one of my fingers, so I can, and a pin will be on the end of it. That's what I really need. A magnet implant. And we're out the corner. Yay! Right. I'm going to take you three. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to stick you. Stick you. Roll you round. And you should add up to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which you do. Doesn't always add up, but you can go round here for a minute and we can get you back, and we won't need you for a little bit, so you can go on the pile. And we can do this bit. Time for a bit of a slouch and a move, I think. This way. Didn't twist them. Dickweed. Ah. Didn't twist them. Muppet. For goodness sake. That was close. Again. Heard this before. That looks wrong. See, that looks wrong. Something else must be wrong. You're definitely right. You should be there. It's better. You know what Twitch really needs? Well, I've got the options to play like 30 seconds of ads, a minute and a half of ads, 3 minutes of ads. If I need to go and do something like, for sake of the argument, I decide I'm hungry and I want to make a bit of toast. Why isn't there play ads till I come back and then you say I get to say I'm back and the ads then naturally come to a close? Surely that would be a really sensible option. That would be kind of practical. But never mind. Let's see if we can stomp down this bit without screwing it up too often. No, you should be all good for ads for a little bit. You've got 46.5 minutes before the next lot. No, it was just a thought because I'm kind of peckish and I can run a 3-minute ad, but I can't make a pot noodle in 3 minutes. And it was just an idle thought. You know, that would make a lot of sense if Twitch did the whole kind of, you could press a button saying, I'm not going to be here, show ads until I say I'm back. Rather than I get to pick 3 minutes, whatever, right? Because those are the only options I get. I get 30 seconds, 1.5, and 3. 3 minutes. So it would make some sense, surely, to have a... So if I need to go for 10 minutes, you might as well add for 10 minutes, because they're only going to be looking at a Be Right Back screen. You know, you might as well, make ads out of it. Or at least make it so the ads could be... You'll be, on the Be Right Back screen, but like the middle of it or something. Give you a template that you have to fill in. So you can make what you like, but the ads have to be at least so much percentage of the screen, so the ad is displayed, and then they count as ads too, or something along those lines. I think more people could, they could do quite a bit and get a bit more ad revenue that way, so just seems not an unreasonable thought. Thank you for the follow. So for the new peoples, I do try and stream every day. We had to have a bit of a break this week because I lost my marbles. No, we had to have a bit of a break because there was a bit of a pin catastrophe. Dog sent my pot pins flying. Now, that in itself was not the problem. The bigger problem... Twitch is a game. But yes, the pin problem was not the fact that the dogs knocked a pin of pot pins off. It was the fact that they knocked two pots of pins off, and they weren't the same size. And my brain went, never mind, I've got another pot of pins. Great, I'll use that, and at some point in a meeting or whatever, when I'm bored watching a film or something, I'll untangle the other pins and sort them out, and I can use those. And then I realised exceptionally quickly, i.e. when I went to pick one up, because these pins are wafer thin and you almost can't feel them, they're that small. The other pins I had weren't the same size. That was when the kind of breakage of Liz happened, and I kind of went, I can't be handling this right now. Even though it was very trivial, and I appreciate that, it was a bit of an overreaction, but it was just too much for then and there. And so I ordered some new pins, and I explained to the company that I ordered them from them that, the dog catastrophe of pins and kind of needed them desperately. And they kindly got them in the post the next day, and they arrived Friday. So I have new pins. I have more pins, at least, of the same size. And I am rapidly getting to the bottom of this pin pot. Although this piece of paper, I think, is masking a few of them. Yes, quite a few of them, actually. This piece of paper can therefore sod off. I thought I had about 6 pins left. Let me pick them out of my jumper. I've actually got quite a few. So, evil piece of paper was hiding them. So, we can go back to this. But even so, still getting towards the bottom of the pot. I have 2 more pots of pins now, which I've decanted into a better pot, so that when the dogs knock them off, the lid will stay on and not catapult itself all over the floor. So that's the plan. So hence we are back on track now, because A, I've got pins, B, the crisis of being averted, so my brain cells have settled down. But I do tend to stream every day where I can, because, well, we've got quite a lot of this to go. It may look like I've only got a triangle and a bit. Truth is, We are only 2 completed triangles into this project. We need 72. Well, we need 18 in total of squares. So it is going to be a little repetitive. I am aware of this. We may stop and do a couple of side projects along the way as a result. Because, well, brains do get bored of repetition. Much as they like repetition, they do get a little bit bored of repetition and start making stupid mistakes. So I can foresee that, every handful of squares later, we may need to do something else, even if it's just something in a different colour. But will give us the opportunity to experiment. I've got some new bobbins on the way. They took 3 weeks to get into the post. Not quite sure what's going on there. Normally the seller that I bought a few bobbins from them, so it's the same person I bought these bobbins from, in fact. They normally get them in the post within a couple of days, but for some reason, without any explanation, without so much as even an I'm sorry, 3 weeks, and suddenly the bobbins went in the post. I think it was Wednesday morning. And the other thing that I ordered from them, which is, you've got to call it a bobbin stand. It's so that when you've paired your bobbins up with a bit of string between them, you can dangle it over the edges. It's kind of trivial and a bit excessive. But previously I've been wrapping it around and hoping for the best. This thing holds about 70 pairs of bobbins, so not enough for this project at least, but for most projects that you'd generally make. But they're not in the post together, which means obviously they've used 2 lots of postage, which was slightly unnecessary. So I am slightly confused because normally they're better than this, but that's the way it's turned out this time round. And whatevs, they should be here next week or so because they're coming from abroad. A lot of my bobbin stuff seems to end up coming from abroad. In fact, one of the best places I found for a lot of bobbin type supplies is Germany. Germany has a great thriving online presence for lace making supplies. They have huge range of bobbins at a decent price. Bobbins can get stupid expensive. So if you bear with me 1 second while I put this pin in. So, where did I put that bobbin? There it is. For example, this bobbin. Now this one's made of plastic, but kind of irrelevant. This bobbin, depending on a few other qualities, so let's say it's wood, then instead of maybe £1 for this, you'd pay £2 or £3. Or you can pay up to £30 for one bobbin. Now, as you can imagine, as this project's nearly 100 bobbins, I'm not overly keen on paying like 30 quid for one bobbin. 30 quid for all of these bobbins, yeah, okay. But not 30 quid for a singular bobbin. Now, some of them are bone, and obviously bone is a contentious material because some people will be highly offended by it, others highly fascinated that bone's being used. I mean, it is usually animal bone, not human bone after all. Although, of course, it doesn't actually stipulate, so maybe you're wrong. It is nearly always animal bone, I think. In fact, they probably are. But it doesn't say, so you could, your imagination could run rife. But even so, it does mean that something had to die for that. And, that can be a contentious thing. Although, obviously, if you're a meat eater, something died anyway. So maybe you're just making better use of the thing that died. And personally, I am slightly in the camp of, if you're going to kill it, you better use as much of it as possible. Because otherwise, that was, you don't kill a sheep just to cut the wool off. Because you can just cut the wool off. With your roses, you trim the actual blooms, but you don't kill the whole plant just for a bloom. And so if you do need to kill it to extract, say, its flesh, do try and make use of the rest of it. Whether that's boiling bones up to make glue, whether it's using its hide to make shoes, try and use all of it. Try and actually use all of it. Because, well, it makes the death, I won't say worth it, but it just, you've at least used as much as it can. You've made the most of the effort. You wouldn't, as I say, if you needed a patch for your trousers, You wouldn't go and kill a cow, or you know, let's say you've got a bit of a hole in your shoe. You wouldn't go and kill a cow, extract 1 inch of square of its skin, and kind of go, right, I'm done now. The rest can just rot. That would be such a waste. So to make at least valid effort of using as much as possible. I'm not a vegetarian because I can't eat enough vegetables to make it worth it. But I strongly believe that, you know, if you're going to do it, at least do it well, right? And so it is. We're in an odd society where a lot of the hobbies that we all do now are purely because we can, not the necessity they maybe once were in the past. And you know, it is interesting to me about how some of these things turn out, but the cost of some of the supplies is extortionate. So, a good example. It's in storage, but I own a set of needles which are the, quote, signature knitting needles. I have their straight needles, and I have their DPNs, and I have their circular needles. It cost me about £1,000, right? I also own the Knit Pro Zings that came out a few years later, which, frankly, are the same. So the signature needles are made out of aircraft grade aluminium with, you know, high precision stuff. No Durridge. But, you know, the whole Signature Pro things are ridiculously expensive, say £1,000. For the exact same equivalent in Knit Pro Zings, I can buy straight needles, both the long and the short, a set of DPNs, and they are a set of DPNs, not one lot of DPNs to make a sock. We're talking, you know, 5 or 6 different sizes, and all of their circulars, and some extra things, less than £100. And you're in the hand, you couldn't tell them apart. You can. The only true differences between them are that you would tell as a human being are the signature ones. You can have your initials graved on them, big whoop, and you can pick different ends, so you can have shorter, stubbier, blunter ones, or long and pointier ones, and a medium one. So you can pick from 3 different ends on your knitting needle. The Zing ones are what they are. You get what you get. But for the price difference, you can have kind of a veritable football team supply of knitting needles for the same price. So why would you do it? If they'd been around when I was contemplating it, I almost certainly would have just bought the Knit Pro ones. And I own actually a couple of sets of those, because we all know that if you have a kind of preference to size of yarn, so I don't knit, for example, jumpers in sock yarn size stuff. I do not need to be doing 100 plus stitches across the front. So as a result of that, you can end up using the same. You need the same size needles for multiple projects, and if you've got multiple projects on the go, which is not uncommon, you need multiple sets, or you just lose them because that's somehow a thing. Usually because it's in a project you've forgotten about, but you seem to have lost them. And don't get me wrong, I've got signature ones that I don't know where they are either, because I was using them. And that's quite scary, because a pair of needles, so a pair of straight needles from Signature, are the same price as a set of from Knit Pro. Money does not necessarily buy you better. And the same's true with bobbins. Paying £30 for a bobbin does not make it a better bobbin. A company I like, who are Welsh, Wonky Weavers, they primarily do weaving, obviously by the name, weaving equipment, but they do some other things, and recently they launched, I think it's their own warping board. Now, for those who do not know what warping boards normally look like, warping boards are basically a large picture frame with broom handle sticking out of it at regular intervals. And you wind backwards and forwards to measure a certain length. Their warping boards are bigger than most people's, so normally they're around 10 yards. This is 15. And that may not seem a lot, but because it isn't. But if you're setting up a loom, the more warp you put on at any one time, any waste yarn, because there is always waste yarn when weaving, is spread across the load of how many you make. So the longer it is, the better it can be. Hence, on my loom at the moment, is the longest warp I've ever made. I think 20, nearly 30 yards, probably a bit more than that, because I've already made... I've made what? Was it 8 or 9 of the red ones? I've made 4 or 5 of the green ones, and I don't even reckon I'm halfway through it yet. And they're all like a yard long, so there's a lot of it in there. But it also means the setup time, because oddly enough, the length of the warp doesn't really vary the setup time as much as you might expect. So if you set up 5 meters, say, or you set up 10, the actual difference is not double. You know, there is a little bit extra because you've got to wind it round and count it, but well, more accurately, travel the extra 5 yards, but with your hands round some posts. But it's a few seconds, not per row, than double, if you know what I mean. So, but their prices really quite reasonable, because normally a 10-yard warp board is somewhere in the region of £150, which is extortionate, as I said, when you consider that it is only a picture frame with broom handle sticking out of it. It's the kind of thing you could make as an 8-year-old in shop, right? Make a square, because it doesn't even have to be a true square, to be honest. Make a square stroke rectangle, and then drill some holes in it to ram the broom handle chunks. Chop the broom handle into 6-inch chunks, put them in the holes. Ta-da! You do not have to be a woodworking genius to succeed in doing this. And how the corners go together doesn't matter. So if you want to use big wing nuts and stuff, you do that, because the yarn's going nowhere near it. So, and yet their 15-yard one, in the softer wood, so obviously more expensive wood, they've had to charge more, but for the cheaper, softer wood, it's under £100. And now £100 is still a lot, because your brain's kind of going, surely that's 20 quid's worth of wood. But it is interesting that they've made it far more affordable. So hats off to the guys. We like wonky weavers. They're also really nice, helpful people, and they like me. I got them into an additional client, well, supplier, and then helped a few people decide on exactly what they want and buy through them. So they quite like me, and I'm proud of that, because they're nice people and they deserved it. So, and potentially it detracts business from a company I didn't like, who were less ethical, shall we call it, and as a result, because I know a lot of people who also didn't like this particular company I'm referring to, and so now they have a choice of going to another company. So it has opened potentially quite a bit of doors in that respect for them. Potentially a lot more traffic will come to them to avoid the other company. And rightly so. Getting there. Oh. Slightly regretting not making this a bigger square out of bigger yarn, but it's a net curtain. It should be, well, flimsy is the word for it, really. So I'm going to have a bit of a sit. My back's kind of thinking about grumping. If I sit and let it be for a few minutes, maybe it will cheer up a little bit. We've been going 4 hours, and I intend to go for a bit more yet, so although it is 4 o'clock and I am hungry. I am beginning to do the working mentally through the fridge and wondering what it is I'm going to be eating later. And case of interest, I have frozen pizza, I've got fish, I've got chicken, I've got sausages, I like sausages, baked potatoes, waffle fries, because they didn't have my normal hash brown bites. I'm really addicted to hash brown bites, but I've got some waffle fries. Haven't had waffle fries before. So, I mean, it's potato, how bad can it be? So we got some waffle fries, and there's a bit of memes going around about waffle fries, where the Frenchy dog is allergic to tap water and wants waffle fries, and that lives kind of rent free in my head a bit. So that's all I can think of when I hear waffle fries. I've got pasta, got a crap load of pasta and different sauces. I've got pot noodles. Oh, I really like a good pot noodle. I know that it's quite British. It's like one of the British things that other countries may not be aware of is we have a lot of kebab shops over here. We like kebabs. Sadly, most British people only seem to consume them when they've had too much to drink. But there are people, such as myself, who like a kebab sober, because, well, I am constantly sober. I don't drink. And I have a real thing for a kebab with proper... When I say chili sauce, it's not fair on it. I mean ground up chilies as chili sauce. Not it's a bit of oil that's had a bit of sprinkling of chili in it. I mean ground up, pureed chilies. And you have that and your pita bread and your dead leg kebab, and it's great. And there are many varieties of kebab, and I like all of them. So that's that. You know, we have, and pot noodle kind of comes into the same category as kebab. To be honest, pot noodle is not. Unlike ramen over in America, which is very similar. Pot noodle being in a pot, you pour a bit of hot water, you wait a couple of minutes. Well, you stir it a little bit, but you wait a couple of minutes, stir it a bit more, and then you eat it, right? It is the laziest of food, but it is hot food, which is great when you work from home, so that you decide you got the munchies, you walk in the kitchen, you look at the pot noodle pot, boil the kettle, throw a bit of water in it, generally a lot less than they suggest, because otherwise it's just drowned, but throw some hot water in it, and a fork, and then you can come back and you can work, and if you were feeling a bit cold, you've now got hot food in your belly, which warms you up a bit, which is good. It's not like eating cake, in that it is technically better for you. Yeah, I mean, with all due respect to pot noodle, there's almost not a lot that can be wrong with a pot noodle. I mean, they're not, Michelin star stuff, and, it's not going to give you your 5 a day. But it's a noodle. I mean, unlike a lot of other, let's call it more junk food, directional food, a noodle's a noodle. Noodles aren't bad for you. They're not good for you, but they're not bad for you. Whereas crisps, chocolate, biscuits, cake, and all the other things that my brain desires are technically bad for me. But a pot noodle gives you a reasonably good quantity snack that goes really well in a sandwich, by the way. If you get a nice roll and you put some butter in it and you basically spread your pot noodle down it, that's glorious. Friggin' excellent. Maybe a bit of cheese on top depending on the flavour of your pot noodle, but because many of them don't work well with cheese. But I've got some carbonara ones. Now they're technically pot pastas, but it's the same breed of stuff. Thin, flimsy pasta bits with flavouring. Again, what really could be wrong with that? So I've got carbonara, so cheese will work really well with that. And I've got some part break bread, so the part break bread takes like 6 minutes. So basically you put the bread on, get the pot noodle, put the kettle on, wait for it to boil, pour all the stuff, mix it around a little bit, go and get the bread out of the oven, chop it, put a bit of butter on it. The pot noodle's now ready. Munch, 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 and in 10 minutes you've got yumminess. And a full belly, which is exactly the aim of the purpose. So I do like. I'm addicted to. There are some pot noodles I cannot eat, and I don't entirely understand why not. I only have allergies to 2 things. It used to be 1, now it's 2. And I only know of, well, there are probably more, but I am unaware of them as I've not encountered them in my life. So I am allergic to, well, I was allergic to cats, now mostly not. And wasps. Now, I don't intend to be stung by wasps, so I don't really have a problem being allergic to a wasp, because, well, I don't make habit of going and being stung by it. In fact, I had to be mid-30s before that was even, well, I think it was nearly 40, before I ever actually got stung by one. And a wise man, doctor in fact, once told me, you cannot be allergic the first time. Now, to be fair, I did not have a full-on allergic reaction, but I reacted so goddamn bad that first time. I was dizzy, hot, I felt really lethargic. I was really wrong for nearly 6 hours. So I'm pretty damn sure that if I ever do that again, it's going to be really quite nasty. So I would rate wasps as an allergy. But there are pot noodles that I cannot eat because I'll just vom them up later. And I don't entirely know why. Now, one of them is it's like Pringles. There are a lot of Pringles I can't eat for a similar reason. I can't do sour cheese cream and chive Pringles. Don't know why, because I eat sour cream and chive other things, but I can't do Pringles. Because, well, I revisit them later, and that's just a waste of good Pringle. So, I don't know what it is, but I can't do any of the, quote, meat flavouring pot noodles, in the sense of the chicken and mushroom, beef and tomato. I can't do those 2, but I can do the fusion ones of Thai green curry and chili chicken. Can eat those, they're fine. Chili chicken one, not a fave, but at least I can eat it. I really, really, really like the Bad Boy king-sized pot noodles. Got a real hankering for those, and the Thai green curry ones. Really like those 2. But as I say, I've gone for a carbonara pasta one this time round. I may be eating one later. I don't know. I should probably eat actual food. But I shall wait till post-stream for that. I shall decide whether I'm cooking. But I've got various pizzas. I've still got some Cornish pasties, and I mean actual Cornish pasties, not Ginster's crap. I mean proper Cornish pasties from Cornwall. They come frozen, and you eat 2 of those and you're fat. Might have some of those. If not, I'm really probably going to have to order some more of those. It's where the cooler lid came from making my lace pillow, was Cornish pasties, because I have a bit of an addiction to Cornish pasties. They're the only pastry thing I actually truly like. Normally for me, Ginsters are a really good example of this. Anything in pastry in the UK, whether it's pie, whether it's, well, even pudding to a large extent, 99% pastry. Of the remaining content, 80% of it is air, and the last 20% is juice stroke food. And in terms of a Fray Bentos pie, there is 3 crumbs of food and a bit of gravy, and it's not even a lot of gravy, and the gravy's not even that great. And so Fray Bentos pies, sorry guys, but I used to really, really like Fray Bentos pies. The shit. Bird's Eye crispy pancakes. Oh my god, what the hell happened to those? They are now full of cat food. When you used to cut into a Bird's Eye crispy pancake, and to give you an idea, it was basically a pancake full of minced beef and onion. The minced beef and onion used to be dark brown. Maybe it was colouring. Who cared? It tasted of beef and onion. Now it almost tastes of tuna fish. It's pink. Even when you've cooked it 3 times longer than they've said, it is still pink. And it's mush. It's not mince. It is almost a wet pate. And it's pink. And it's just like cat food. It is, frankly, cat food. It smells and tastes like cat food. So I've got some of those in the freezer and they can well stay there because no. I've got a dare to eat. I could try that. Fray Bentos, not after just slagging Fray Bentos off, Fray Bentos have released a pudding that you microwave. I've got that to eat. I've been warned that I will be disappointed. Well, that doesn't say much. But I did buy one for the dare so that I could live up to my dare and eat one. I will eat nearly anything once. I did say nearly anything. I do have some rules. I have eaten every form of dog food. And I can tell you now, those dried liver treats are not made of dried liver. I don't care if it says it's 100% liver on the side. That is not liver. No frigging way. I've eaten liver. I quite like liver. I wouldn't chew out. I don't choose to purchase this for myself and cook it. But I've had it a few times and perfectly edible. This is not edible. This is more than not edible. This is like 48 hours later, you can still taste it. Not edible. It is the most gross thing I've ever put in my mouth. And well, as I say, I've eaten dog food. So, I've eaten things with mould on them and nothing compares to these liver treats. And the best bit of the liver treat story is that I had a tub of them because I got them for the dogs. And the dogs absolutely love them. Now, bear in mind, we need to put here that dogs eat their own poo. Other people's poo. Dead things. They are not exactly, connoisseurs of the life. But nearly every dog in the world doesn't eat sprouts. Now, I don't like sprouts either. So, I feel that if eating your own poo or somebody else's poo rates above eating a sprout, that this says quite a lot about the average sprout. And dogs obviously love the liver treats. So, having fed them some, I picked a fairly small one, to be fair to myself. Munch, munch, chomp, chomp, chomp. I was on the phone to a supplier at the time. Now, she knew I was eating this, bless her. And I know the face that I pulled. Now, obviously, I can't see my own face from the inside. But I just know the face I pulled was epic. Anyway, it was kind of, oh my God. And I obviously downed a bit of drink and it didn't wash it away. And then I ate something else and that didn't really wash it away. And I apologised to her and it was like, Jesus, that's really frigging awful. Oh my God, I'm never eating that again. Anyway, my ex-husband came round the next day. Now, me and my ex-mother's husband are great friends, and I recounted the tale of the liver treat. Oh, they can't be that bad, he said. Give me one, he said. With pleasure, I said, but I do warn you. So I gave him a liver treat, and he pulled the exact same face that I did the day before. And is absolutely in agreement that this stuff is the worst stuff on the history of the world. I mean, it is indescribable. To think that poo tastes better. Yeah, I can really believe that. I honestly would imagine that a lump of poo would taste better. It has to. Nothing surely can taste that bad. It's one of those things that lives in my soul, is that surely how on earth could anything be so vile and be edible? It was awful. So if I can eat that, I can eat this nukeable thing that is designed for human consumption. It may not feel like it should be for human consumption. But then here's the thing. I can sit down and munch on a piece of paper. That piece of paper that was annoying me earlier. This one. I could eat that. It wouldn't do me any harm. Wouldn't do me any good either, but it wouldn't do me any harm. But we don't call it food. So, there is a little bit of me that kind of goes, if we call something like sprout food, now I know technically sprout is good for you, But the cost of the good for you comes a little high, I feel. The amount of good that it does for you is not offset by the vileness of the sprout. I'd rather almost eat one of those liver treats, because at least I know it's not sprout. And that says a lot. But I will say the liver treat was worse than sprouts. Really was. No matter how much I hate sprouts. I mean, it was definitely worse. Not by as much as you might expect, but it was definitely worse. It was certainly the worst thing in the world. My ex-husband does eat sprouts at Christmas. He obligatory eats one sprout. I'm sorry, but I'm not tainting my entire Christmas dinner with a sprout, so I do not honour this tradition. I won't say it's why we broke up, because it's not, but it is one of the benefits of having broken up, is I no longer have to eat the sprout. And I'm not going to say I miss it, because I don't. But, yeah. Ah, those liver treats. Ah, just going to haunt me. I almost need it on my gravestone. I ate a liver treat. It's, you know, I should be knighted for that. It was, can't be freeze-dried liver treat. It can't just be a piece of liver freeze-dried. It's got to be like, you know, Chernobyl cow or something. There's got to be something wrong with it for its liver to taste like that. Sorry. Yeah, it's just got to be. It's just, no. That's just so bad. How can we call that? How can dogs like that? It doesn't even smell nice. It's not even like it smells good and tastes bad. It has no redeeming quality, this liver treat. It really doesn't. There is just nothing about it. I don't even think it's good for them either. Unlike liver, where at least you get trace minerals and stuff out of it, I'm pretty sure they don't get that out of this. It's just made out of like liver protein or something. It can't be made of liver. It just can't. I mean, hang on. I don't know if you can see it, but it actually says composition 100% beef liver. And and then kind of goes and says it's got crude protein, most of it, crude fibre a little bit, crude oil and fat, actually quite a bit, and some ash and some moisture. These things I'm not eating one for you lot. I don't, unless you all give me £1 million each, I am not eating one of these ever again in my life. The dogs can have one, because they'll really, really enjoy them. Yes, you can have some. I'm getting you some because, well, you like them. You're insane, but you like them. Here you go. Nom 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 nom, they said. Nom 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 nom. No. Never eating those again. No way. See you later, Nautical. You be good. I hope to still be around when you come back. How can you eat those dogs? I know what they taste like. How can you eat those? This isn't adding up. Because I've missed the pinhole. That's right. To go. might have to go and let the dog in. I think she's convinced she's shut herself out. Let's do this pin and finish this before we go and do that. Well, go and let her in then. Don't be going straight out again. Let's push some of these pins in. He's decided he's going out. That's okay, because he's better at letting himself in. Although occasionally he doesn't, and then she goes and tells him off, which is kind of annoying, because it's a bit loud. So, time to steal some pins from this back bit. Why do I find them so hard to pick up? Take the threads out. Let's pin back there, look. We can take you out. Put you back in the tomato. Here we go. Let's take some of these out. We don't need half of these in here as well. See what I mean? These threads just constantly try to get in the way. It's part of the reason these pins are best out. Now, where's my pokey stick? definitely getting hungry. I need to decide what I'm going to eat. I've got a good few pins now. So. Grab some of you. There we go. Take some more of you out, actually. I know what you want. Yes, I do. No, that didn't mean stand on me, little one. Yes, I know you're a good girl, but you don't need to, especially not that bit of me. Come on. Come on, off you go. Let me finish this. Come on. More of you, and you are the right one, so that's good. That didn't mean you could stand on me either, Mr. Paws. No. Licking my glasses does not help. No. No, it doesn't. Doesn't help, no. We will go and do something in a minute, but let me get to the end of this or I'll get grumpy. Amy, what are you eating? Whatever it is, you shouldn't be eating it. Right. I think I'm going to go and get me some, well, start sorting me some food. So I'm going to quickly run away for a few minutes. I will throw some ads on because, well, Twitch likes people who throw ads. So let me sort that out because I removed my button for that. So let me add that back to my collection. I'm going to throw a Be Right Back sign up, throw some ads for 3 minutes. When the ads are over, there will be Right Back. I will come back. Depending on how far I've got, I will do a little bit because I'm going to do a dirty pot noodle and a bit of bread, I think. And I shall be back in a minute. I'm back. However, I have bought food and I am going to eat my food because, well, that's what I cooked it for. So, we have pot pasta, which is very interesting because inside the pot pasta, let me look on the outside. The outside is not deceptive, so the outside shows noodles or spaghetti, whichever you kind of want to call them, because frankly it's the same shit, really. I know I just offended 80,000 billion Italians, but it is basically the same thing. Spaghetti and noodles are a very, very similar thing. Inside the pot it shows twisty pasta, but it's not. It is noodles. They need a bit more soaking. But I also bought, as described earlier, the part cooked bread roll, now cooked, and some cold meat. So between the two, yummy, yummy. Needless to say, 2 individuals of this household are now excessively focused on my behaviour. It does make me laugh though. So, instructions on pot noodle. Add boiling water to pot noodle, right? And then above the line it says, caution, hot contents, please grip cup with care. Well, it bloody ought to be hot. I put boiling water in it. The fact that we've got to tell people that boiling water is hot is a disturbing factor. You really might have to dream on, dog. Let's take the stupid status off. There we go. Runny, even though I put in like a lot less water than they said. Note to self, even less water. So I realise this is not the most entertaining part of the stream, but I didn't really want to stop it, just to throw a bit of food in my face and then continue. But I do apologise if you hear munching sounds, especially if you are slightly triggered by munching sounds. That was dog bashing the table. It's really hard not to put my dinner on the top of the pillow. So I'm not quite sure how much longer this evening we shall stream for, but we shall do a concerted effort. If nothing else, maybe to the end of the triangle. See if we can get to the end of the triangle today. That would be quite nice. Yeah, this sauce is just water, and I put in like an inch less than it said, so. And it did thicken, so, but it's still really, 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 really watery. Less water than that then. As I said, apologies for eating, but kind of a biological need. And hopefully you don't hear too much of it. I'm not exactly a mouth open eater, so it should be right. Obviously the bread's a bit crispy, you might hear the occasional chomp. Yeah, I can see a billion Italians hating this carbonara though. First of all, this is water, not sauce. The pasta is broken into like 1-inch chunks. Spaghetti, noodle, whatever. Stir it up with a taste of Italy, they said. I think the Italians would disagree with that. I do think that things like carbonara need a bit more protection. Carbonara is very specifically made in Italy, in a certain way. And therefore, surely, if you do not follow that, it is not carbonara. I mean, champagne's got to be made in the Champagne region. It's something to do with cheddar, and I can't remember which cheddar, but there's a particular cheddar that can only be made where it is. Melbury pork pies have to be made in Melbury and made in a certain way. So I would have thought it would only be fair for things like carbonara to be a signaturely done, not necessarily in Italy, but at least how it's done. just because you've got pasta in a white sauce does not make it a carbonara. This isn't even a white sauce. Certainly no... What is it supposed to be? What does it claim? It just says carbonara. It doesn't actually claim what carbonara is. If it isn't special, then claim back. Yeah, I won't call them carbonaras. I mean, they're not unpleasant, but... That went down all right. Over there. There. Right, what are we going to do next? Cloth stitch, I think. So, you two I don't need. Not yet, anyway. I need to be inspected first, hang on. Oh yes, it. Yes. Yes. It's on the inside now. You can't find it on the outside. For it is inside. And you're hungry too, aren't you? We will deal with that after the stream, I promise. Right. It's not like you haven't had anything all day, don't pretend. Where are my pins? That might be them. Yes, that's them. But that's not right. Coughs now. That's better. Goes in the corner. And you come straight out again. Gear off. Time for a bit of Boys of Summer. I do love on some of the playlists you get for 80s and things. The ones that list Richard Marx Right Here Waiting for You as Bryan Adams. And then Boys of Summer by Richard Marx. No, he only ever had one hit and it was shit, so let's not pretend. I mean, Right Here Waiting for You is a kind of Bryan Adams style thing, and maybe he wrote it, but he was not the one singing it. Or he's never admitted to it, anyway. Pretty sure he never admitted to it, so if he did do it, it's kind of, 40-year-old in joke between them. Come on, off you go. Get your nose out, Rory. Yeah, he wrote it. That doesn't surprise me. Hang on. Oh, stop showing me ads. Amy, come on out. Don't need your help. So there seems to be some confusion. Some guy says that Richard Marx wrote Right Here Waiting, and it appeared uncredited in some unseen movie, and that Bryan Adams had I'll Always Be Right There, which is in 18 Till I Die. I knew that, but lots of things are claiming Bryan Adams wrote it, and it is a very Bryan Adams style thing, so I don't know, maybe he'd shoot him for it, I don't know, but on your nose now, hang on. There we go. You can't help, Rory. No, please. It's like a lot of the songs that Dulapa puts out at the moment aren't theirs, they're rehashes of old stuff. It doesn't make it any worse or wrong, it's just, can't, even though if they change the words, it doesn't make it original, But maybe, they're approved of, and, who are we to judge? And as long as you enjoy it, that's what matters. But I knew Richard Marx sang it, so never any doubt of that. Even if it does sound like Bryan Adams. what are you eating? I hear you. Even if I can't see what it is you're eating, you keep making slurpy chompy noises. What are you eating? And it can't be anything from my dinner because I can see that. It's over there. And you weren't near it. No. Hello. One, two, three, 4, 5. I thought so. Let's pin you up. Really should. The longer these strings, the easier it is to wrap them around the edges. There we go. Snuggles. Determined to try and get to the bottom of this today. Not quite sure I've got it in me at the moment. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try, people. And surely that is the point. We need to try. We're getting to the bottom of the cushion where we end up with shorter threads than we'd like, but you know, I know I could move it up. I do, but then I've got nowhere to pile the bobbins. Because what would I do with these if I didn't have the support at the back? Actually, I can't move them up. You can only move side to side. Because we twisted it and said stuff it. Rory, I love you dearly, but it's not going to help. No, Rory, please. I said no. Come on. I know I've been doing this a long time, but it's really not that bad. You take up your spots. You have one of your spots. See, it's only 5 o'clock, so I don't want to stop, but at the same time I'm beginning to struggle, I think. And it's not because I had dinner, it's just because my back's beginning to hurt. You're all tangled. How can you be tangled while wrapped in a direction? Let's move you out the way. Unwrap you a little. Let's make you a bit longer. So I just check I've not included some that I should have done or something. So. One, two, three, four, five. Did I just count the right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Stick! Chuck. Better line or Richie, nothing wrong with that. Pushy the push. Okay. Pin pushers are amazingly versatile things. I think I'm going to have a break and see if in 2-3 hours I'm up for round 2. Because if I have a break now, I think the chances of doing that last bit are far more successful than me continuing right here, right now. So, apologies. I had intended to get to the bottom of the triangle kind of in one hit today. But surely it is better to regroup. Feed the dog. Sorry, got to the Swahili bit of the Lionel Richie song. But it is... Oh, dog's off out in the garden to woof or... No. Leap out in the garden to stand there and stare. It's a strange mind. Right, so, not ideal. Kind of wanted to do better. But at the same time, we haven't done badly. We have done a considerable amount. So I will cover this up a bit so that hopefully to minimise any dog catastrophes, because, well, that's definitely a thing in this household, as we know. So I get my heavy cloths. Definitely need to order more of these because these are good, even though they're a bit bright. And then cover with my beige cloth. Oh, I haven't taken a photo of it. Idiot. I will, of course, upload the video to YouTube while I laze, for want of a better word. So let's see if we can get a bit of a picture of this. Not quite sure how. That's probably the best angle for that. There we go. Let's have a look, check what that looks like, because it's a bit of a funny angle. Yep, that'll do for now. That'll do as a thumbnail. That's quite a reasonable representation. So, put this up. And as I said, I apologise to all of you, but as I say, better to regroup and come back later than to make a balls of it and spend tomorrow fixing it as well, for starters, or end up unable to do tomorrow because my back's gone wonky. So, for now, I shall see you later. Bye!